The night is still and heavy, with the lingering dread of Sauron's fall, as if the very air of Middle-earth holds its breath. The last echoes of the Witch King's demise have faded into the wind, leaving behind an eerie silence, but the story of the Nazgûl is far from over. Can you feel it? The unseen presence of the remaining 8 Ringwraiths, their hollow forms drifting like shadows across the land, untethered from their master's will for the first time in ages beyond counting. Where do such creatures go when the darkness that shaped them is gone? What becomes of spirits bound to a power that no longer exists? Tonight, we'll wander through the whispers of their fate, tracing the paths they might have taken in those uncertain days after the One Ring's destruction. But first, we'd love to know, where are you listening from right now? Is it late where you are, with the world outside your window hushed and still, or perhaps early, with dawn just beginning to brush the sky? Let us know in the comments below. There's something special about sharing this moment together, as if we're all gathered around the same fire, listening to the same tale unfold. Imagine standing on the edge of a mist-shrouded moor, where the wind carries not the scent of earth or rain, but something colder, something older. The Nazgûl were once kings, warriors, men of great pride and ambition, until the rings they coveted twisted them into something else entirely. For centuries, they existed as extensions of Sauron's will, their very beings woven into his darkness. But now, with his grip shattered and the Witch King reduced to scattered rags upon the wind, what remains of them? Do they remember the men they once were, or are they lost forever in the emptiness between worlds? Their screams once chilled the bravest hearts, their very presence a portent of doom. Yet now they are adrift, like leaves caught in a current, with no shore in sight. This is the mystery we'll explore tonight, the untold whispers of the Nazgûl's final days. Were they drawn to the ruins of Mordor, clinging to the ashes of their master's dominion? Did they wander aimlessly, their spectral forms fading like smoke into the twilight? Or did something more profound await them in the unseen realms of Middle-earth? The answers lie hidden in the margins of legend, waiting to be pieced together. So settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's follow those lingering shadows into the unknown. The night is long, and their story is far from simple. The ruins of Minas Morgul stand silent under a sickly moon, its pale glow still tainted by the memory of the Nazgûl's dominion. Here, where the very stones seem to breathe with malice, a few of the scattered wraiths return, not by design, but by some lingering instinct, like moths drawn to a guttering flame. The city's broken towers hum with echoes of their presence, a hollow chorus of whispers where once there were shrieks. But without the Witch King's command, without Sauron's will to bind them, they are little more than phantoms pacing the halls of their own ruin. Do they seek purpose in the rubble, or are they simply too lost to wander further? The answer may lie in the way their spectral hands brush against the cold walls, as if searching for something even they cannot name. Far to the east, where the sun rises over lands untouched by the war, Kamul lingers. Of all the 9, he alone seems to hesitate, his form flickering at the edges like a candle caught in a draft. The air here carries whispers of a life before the ring, before the shadow, a king's pride, a warrior's resolve. For a moment, the wind smells not of decay, but of sandalwood and steel, and the memory is so sharp, it nearly unmakes him. but the hunger always returns, that gnawing void where his soul once was, and the phantom of Rhûn's past dissolves like smoke, yet still he lingers. Is it defiance or some last, desperate grasp at what he once was? Even the stars above the eastern wastes do not know. As for the others, they drift across the dead marshes, where their reflections waver in the stagnant pools, over the plains of Dagorlad, where the bones of ancient battles shift uneasily at their passing. They are formless now, their identities eroded by centuries of servitude, their voices little more than the rustle of dead leaves. But sometimes, in the deepest hours of the night, a lone traveler or a watchful shepherd will catch a fragment of their whispers. Not the dreaded cries that once heralded doom, but something quieter, almost mournful. Are they cursing the light that banished their master, or grieving the men they can no longer remember? The land itself holds its breath, waiting for an answer that may never come. The wind howls through the broken arches of the runic temple, carrying with it the scent of ancient dust and forgotten prayers. Kamul's shadow stretches long across the weathered stone, his form flickering like a dying ember. The carvings beneath his fingers are barely legible. Time has gnawed at the edges of kings and gods, their stories reduced to fragments. But one symbol remains sharp, a serpent coiled around a sword, the crest of a house he once called his own. A name surfaces in the hollow of his mind, a whisper from a life drowned in centuries of darkness. Aenil, was that him, or someone he knew? The memory is brittle, slipping through his grasp like smoke, but for a moment something stirs. Warmth, pride, the weight of a crown long turned to rust. The other Nazgûl do not approach, but their presence presses against him like a gathering tide. They are drawn to his hesitation, sensing the fracture in the emptiness that binds them. To remember is to weaken, to falter, and the nine were never meant to falter. A cold wind rises, tugging at his robes, as if urging him away from the past. The void within him yawns wider, that familiar hunger gnawing at the edges of his fleeting clarity. It would be so easy to surrender, to let the memory dissolve into the abyss where all his others lie buried. But the stone beneath his hand is real. The name Aenil still echoes, and for the first time since the ring claimed him, Kamul does not want to forget. High above, the stars watch in silence. They remember the man he was, though he does not. The temple walls, cracked and crumbling, seem to lean closer, as if offering a secret. Perhaps this place was once his throne room, a sanctuary, a tomb. The thought sends a shudder through his spectral form. Is this sorrow, or is it fear? The lines blur, and the weight of centuries presses down like a physical thing. The other wraiths whisper now, their voices the scrape of steel on bone, urging him back to the numbness, to the simplicity of servitude. But the stone is warm under his touch, and the past, though broken, is his. Then, a sound, distant but unmistakable, a child's laughter, carried on the wind from a nearby village. The Nazgûl recoil as one, their forms rippling like water, struck by a stone. Khamûl's hand jerks away from the carving, as if burned. The memory splinters, the name Aenil crumbling into ash. The void rushes in, hungry and insistent, and the temple's whispers fade into the wind. The moment is gone. The wraiths retreat, their presence scattering like mist before the dawn. But as Kamul turns to follow, his gaze lingers on the serpent and the sword. and though he cannot recall why, something in the hollow, where his heart once was, aches. The night swallows them whole, and the temple stands silent once more. Only the stars bear witness to what almost was, and what will never be again. The ruins of Arnor stand skeletal against the twilight, their broken arches casting long, jagged shadows like the ribs of some great beast long dead. Here, where kings once walked and banners fluttered in the crisp northern air, the wind now carries only dust, and something else, a melody, faint, fractured, but unmistakable, the lullaby of a kingdom lost to time. The Wraith who was once a king of these lands halts mid-flight, his tattered robes billowing around him as if caught in an unseen current. The tune is a whisper, a thread of memory woven into the very stones, and it unravels something deep within the hollow cage of his being. His brethren hover at the edges of perception, their forms flickering like candle flames in a draught. Their voices slither through the ruins, wordless at first, then sharpening into taunts. Weakness hisses one, the sound like rusted chains dragged across stone. Foolishness croons another, a breath of frost against the back of his neck. But beneath their mockery, there is unease. The lullaby does not stir the king alone. It stirs the remnants of what they all once were. A warrior of the south stiffens at the distant echo of a war hymn. The scholar turned. Wraith from the east trembles as the wind carries the scent of parchment and ink, long rotted to nothing. The past is not dead here. It lingers, it aches. The king's gauntleted hand rises, hovering above a cracked mural half buried in the earth. The colors are faded, the figures blurred, but the shape of a crown is still visible. His crown. His fingers twitch, yearning to touch it, yet fearing what might happen if he does. To remember is to suffer, but to forget is to be nothing at all. The lullaby swells, carried on a gust that smells of hearth smoke and autumn apples, and for a heartbeat, the Wraith is not a wraith. He is a man, standing in a sunlit hall, a child's laughter ringing in his ears as small hands clutch at his cloak. The vision sears through him like lightning, bright and brutal, and the void inside him screams in answer. The other Nazgûl recoil as one, their restless whispers rising to a chorus of denial. They cannot bear this, not the memory, not the king's silent agony, not the way the wind seems to pull at the tattered edges of their own forgotten souls. One lashes out, his spectral blade slicing through the melody, scattering the notes like frightened birds. The lullaby dies, and the king's hand falls. The moment shatters. The wraiths turn as a flock of carrion birds might turn, fleeing the light that threatens to expose their hollow cores. But the king does not follow. Not yet. He stares at the broken mural, at the ghost of his own face, staring back from a time before shadows. The wind shifts, cold and final, and the last echo of the lullaby fades into the gathering dark. Slowly, inexorably, the abyss within him yawns wide once more, swallowing the ember of memory. By the time he lifts into the sky, his eyes are empty again. The others welcome him back with silent scorn, but their grip on him is tighter now, as if they fear what might happen if they let go. Arnor's ruins settle deeper into the earth, the mural crumbling to dust beneath the weight of centuries. The lullaby is gone, but somewhere in the space between heartbeats, the wind still hums. The days stretch thin as spider silk, each one longer and more hollow than the last. The Nazgûl drift like embers spat from a dying fire, their forms flickering at the edges of the world. Without Sauron's voice to command them, without the Witch King's iron will to shape their purpose. They are shadows untethered, restless, ravenous, and utterly lost. Some whisper of seeking new masters in the east, where ancient powers still slumber beneath the earth. Others murmur of surrender, of letting the wind scatter them like ash. But these are only echoes of thought, fragments of will that crumble as soon as they form. To choose is to remember, and to remember is agony. Kamul stands apart, his silhouette a jagged tear against the horizon. The temple's whispers cling to him like cobwebs, stubborn and insistent. Aenil, the name is a thorn in his mind, a splinter he cannot dislodge. The others watch him from the gloom, their hollow eyes burning with silent judgment. They do not understand his hesitation, his refusal to let the void claim him completely. To them, he is a crack in their unity, a flaw in the perfect emptiness they have become. But Kamul no longer fears their scorn. Something has shifted, something as quiet as a breath, as vast as the sky. The choice looms before him like a blade balanced on its edge. On one side, oblivion, to let the darkness swallow him whole, to become nothing more than a wisp of malice on the wind. It would be easy, familiar. On the other side, a path no Nazgûl has ever walked. To reach for the past, to grasp at the fragments of the man he was, even if it tears him apart. The others do not see it yet, but the decision is already made. When Kamul turns his face eastward, toward the ruins of Rhûn, his movement is slow, deliberate. Not a flight, but a pilgrimage. The Nazgûl stir, their forms coiling like smoke around him. They hiss warnings, their voices the scrape of rusted metal. Traitor, fool, weakling, but their words lack conviction. Beneath their fury, there is something else, something that might, in another life, have been envy. Kamul does not look back. The wind carries the scent of dry earth and distant rain, of a land he once called home. With each passing moment, the void within him feels less like a prison and more like a wound, one that might, against all reason, still heal. The others do not follow. They watch him go, their silence heavier than any curse. For the first time since the ring's destruction, the nine are no longer whole. And in that fracture, something trembles. Not hope, never hope, but the faintest echo of what might have been. The night swallows Khamûl's form, and the remaining wraiths are left to their restless circling, their hollow hearts aching with a hunger they cannot name. The black gate lies in ruins, its jagged teeth of iron and stone jutting from the earth like the broken spine of some fallen titan. Here, where the air still reeks of sulfur and old blood, the Nazgûl kneels, not in submission, but in something far more dangerous. Recognition. The oath he swore centuries ago lingers in the hollow of his being, a chain that no longer binds, but still chafes. His gauntleted fingers dig into the scorched earth, crushing the brittle bones of long-dead warriors beneath his grasp. The others circle above, their tattered forms twisting in the ashen wind, sensing the shift in him like wolves, catching the scent of a wounded beast. Silence stretches between them, thick and suffocating. It is not the silence of obedience, nor the silence of despair. It is the quiet before a storm. The Wraith's head lifts, his unseen gaze fixed on the shattered archway, where Sauron's will once poured forth like a flood. The memory of that power is a wound, raw, festering. He had believed in it, had bled for it, and now there is nothing, no command, no purpose. Only the gnawing realization that he was never more than a tool, discarded the moment his master's hand faltered. A sound tears from him, not a scream, not a wail, but a laugh, hollow, broken, edged with a fury so vast it makes the very air tremble. The other Nazgûl recoil, their spectral forms rippling like water struck by stone. They have known fear before, but never like this, never from within. The kneeling wraith rises, his cloak billowing around him like a storm cloud. The oath that once bound him to Sauron is ash on his tongue, and the anger that replaces it is his alone. Not a servant's rage, a king's. The ruins seem to hold their breath. High above, the stars blink cold and indifferent, their light too faint to pierce the gloom of Mordor's corpse. The wraith's brethren hover at the edges of his vision, their whispers fraying into uncertainty. They have followed him for centuries, bound by chains of shadow and shared hunger. But now, for the first time, those chains are rusted, brittle. The kneeling wraith turns his palm upward, and the ashes of the black gate stir at his unspoken command. It is a small thing, a flicker of will where once there was only obedience. But in that flicker, something shifts. The others feel it too. The scholar wraith from the east drifts closer, his form quivering with something akin to curiosity. The warrior of Harad hesitates, his spectral blade half drawn, as if torn between cutting down his brother or joining him. The air thrums with tension, with possibility. The oath is broken, the master is gone. What comes next is not written in the ashes of Mordor. It is writ in the hollows of their own fractured wills. And so they wait, not for a command, but for a choice. The wind carries the scent of char and iron, of endings and beginnings. The kneeling wraith's laughter fades, but the fire in his wake does not. It burns, silent and patient, in the ruins of the only home they have ever known. The sea of Rhûn stretches before Kamul, vast and still, its surface unbroken by his reflection. The water mirrors only the sky, endless, empty, a perfect void. A fitting image, he thinks, for what he has become. Yet the wind carries more than salt and damp tonight. It carries voices, fragments of a language he hasn't heard in lifetimes, syllables that taste like home on the back of his tongue. The eastern shore looms in the distance, a shadow against the horizon, and something in the hollow of his chest tightens. Not hunger, not rage, something older. The void within him writhes, sensing the shift. It has been his constant companion, his prison, and his purpose, for longer than the stars have counted. But now, as the whispers of Rhûn grow louder, the void feels less like a part of him, and more like a thing he carries. A burden, not a birthright. His fingers flex at his sides, the gauntlets creaking with emotion. He could turn back, rejoin the others in their aimless circling, let the numbness claim him again. It would be easier, but the wind shifts, and with it comes a scent, smoke and spice, the tang of forge fires and the sweetness of date palms. A memory flickers, a courtyard at dusk, the sound of laughter, the weight of a crown that was his by right, not by theft. The void screams in protest, but for the first time, Kamul does not listen. Behind him, the other Nazgûl hover like carrion birds, their forms blurred by the mist rising off the water. Their whispers slither across the distance, half mockery, half plea. Come back, they seem to say, forget, but their voices lack conviction. One among them, the scholar Wraith, his robes still faintly threaded with gold, drifts forward, his hollow eyes fixed on Khamûl's retreating form. There is no envy in his gaze, only a quiet, terrible understanding. Kamul does not hesitate. His first step onto the water is tentative, the surface rippling beneath his tread. The second is surer. By the third, the sea itself seems to part for him, the waves curling away as if in reverence or fear. The eastern shore beckons, its outline sharpening with every stride. He does not know what awaits him there, ruins, ghosts, or worse, the truth. But the road is his to walk now, and the weight of that freedom is heavier than any chain. The other wraiths do not follow. They watch until the mist swallows him whole, until the last echo of his presence fades into the wind. Then, one by one, they turn away, retreating into the shadows they have always known. Only the scholar lingers, his fingers tracing the air where Kamul stood, as if testing the shape of the emptiness he left behind. The sea sighs against the shore, relentless and indifferent. Somewhere to the east, a bell tolls a sound too distant to be real, too clear to be a dream. The scholar's hand falls, the night stretches on, and for the first time since the world was young, a Nazgûl walks alone. The sands of Rhûn shift beneath Kamul's feet, whispering secrets older than the stars. He moves like a shadow through the ruins of cities whose names even the wind has forgotten, their broken pillars etched with symbols that stir something in the hollow where his memory used to be. The tribes who still cling to these barren lands scatter at his approach, their fires guttering out, their voices dying in their throats, but not all flee. An old shaman, his eyes milky with blindness, stands firm in the path of the wraith, his gnarled hands outstretched not in fear, but in offering. "You are not yet gone," he murmurs, his voice cracked with age and something like pity. I hear the man beneath the shadow. The words strike Kamul like a blade to the ribs. The void within him writhes, hissing its denial, but the shaman does not flinch. Instead, he speaks of a way, a path woven from blood and starlight, a ritual as old as the first dawn. The curse can be broken, he says, but the price is your suffering. To remember is to bleed. To be free is to endure the weight of every life you've taken, every scream you've silenced. The wind carries the scent of burning sage, of salt and iron, and for the first time in centuries, Kamul hesitates. Not out of fear, but out of something worse, hope. The other Nazgûl feel it. Their shrieks pierce the night sky, distant but closing fast. They have tasted his defiance in the air, felt the fraying of the threads that once bound them together. The scholar Wraith is the first to reach him, his form materializing from the dunes like a nightmare-given shape. "You cannot outrun what you are," he hisses, his voice the scrape of parchment, crumbling to dust. But Kamul does not run. He turns to face his brethren, the shaman's words still ringing in his ears. The choice is clear: surrender to the hunger that has defined him for lifetimes, or embrace the agony of becoming something else. The tribespeople watch from the cliffs above, their breath caught in their chests. The air hums with tension, thick as the moment before a storm breaks. The shaman's blind eyes see more than most the flicker of light in Kamul's hollow gaze, the way his fingers tremble not with rage, but with resolve. It begins tonight, the old man whispers to the wind, and as the other wraiths descend like vultures upon the dunes, Kamul does something none of them expect. He kneels, not in submission, but in preparation. The ritual's first words are already forming on his lips, bitter as poison, sweet as salvation. The sands themselves seem to hold their breath. Somewhere far away, a child's laughter rises above the howling wind, bright and fleeting. Khamûl's head snaps up. For a heartbeat, the void within him is silent. And in that silence, he makes his choice. The wind howls through the shattered spires of Minas Morgul, carrying with it the scent of ozone and decay. The Nazgûl hover in a loose circle, their tattered robes rippling like banners of a war long lost. The King of Arnor's blade gleams dull in the moonlight, its edge notched from centuries of slaughter, yet still sharp enough to draw the attention of his fractured brethren. Their whispers have curdled into snarls, their once unified purpose now splintered into a dozen hungry directions. One wraith, his form hunched and twitching, claws at the air as if to tear open the fabric of the world itself. Power, he hisses, the word dripping with venom. We were kings once. Let us be kings again. But the scholar wraith shakes his head, his voice a dry rasp. To rule what? Ash and echoes. His hollow eyes flicker toward the east, where Khamûl's absence hangs like a wound. We are remnants, shadows without a source. The air between them thrums with tension, thick enough to choke on. The warrior of Harad laughs, a sound like breaking bones. Then let us be shadows that haunt, he snarls. Let them remember why they feared us. The king's blade lowers, its point scraping against the stone. The sound is unbearable, a screech that sets the very air trembling. We were not made to be petty specters, he says, his voice quieter than the others, yet heavier. Nor were we made to grovel at the feet of lesser things. His unseen gaze sweeps across them, and for a moment, the wraiths falter. They remember, not in words, not in images, but in the way a corpse might remember the warmth of blood. The weight of crowns, the taste of oaths. The scholar drifts closer, his robes whispering against the shattered ground. What would you have us do? There's no mockery in the question, only exhaustion. The king's grip tightens on his sword. Choose, he says simply, to fade, to hunt, to kneel before some new dark lord. His voice roughens, the first crack in his composure. Or to remember what we were before the rings, before the shadow. Silence, the wind dies, even the distant cries of carrion birds still. The Haradrim warrior tenses, his form coiling like a serpent ready to strike. You speak as if we have a choice, he spits. The rings made us, the Dark Lord shaped us. Without them, we are nothing. The king's response is a whisper, yet it cuts deeper than any blade. Then let us be nothing together. The words hang in the air, a challenge and a plea. The wraiths glance at one another, their loyalty as frayed as the hems of their cloaks. The hunched wraith snarls and lunges, his claws aimed for the king's throat, but the scholar intercepts, his skeletal hand closing around the attacker's wrist. Enough, he murmurs. We have spilled enough of our own blood. The circle tightens, then fractures. Some drift backward, their forms dissolving into the gloom. Others linger, their hollow eyes fixed on the king. The choice is not made tonight. Perhaps it never will be. But for the first time since Sauron fell, the Nazgûl do not move as one. The storm gathers, not around them, but within them, and the night watches, waiting to see which way the wind will turn. The ruins of Dal Guled loom like the ribs of a long dead beast. the air thick with the memory of dark incantations and whispered threats. Here, where the trees grow twisted and the very stones seem to breathe malice, the Nazgûl gather, not by summons, but by some unspoken pull, as if the shadows themselves have called them home. Kamul stands apart, his form more solid than the others, the edges of his cloak shimmering with an eerie light. The void within him is quieter now, not gone, but muted, like a beast that has tasted something sweeter than blood. When he speaks, his voice is not the rasp of dry bones, but something closer to the man he once was. "We were not always this," he murmurs, the words hanging heavy in the air. "The rings bound us, but they did not make us." The reaction is immediate. The warrior of Harad snarls, his spectral blade materializing in a flash of cold fire. "You speak madness," he spits. "The rings gave us power, eternal life." But the scholar Wraith tilts his head, his hollow eyes narrowing. "Did they?" He whispers, "Or did they merely stretch our suffering across centuries?" The air crackles with tension, the very ground beneath them trembling, as if sensing the fracture in their unity. One of the younger wraiths, though none are young, not truly, lets out a sound halfway between a laugh and a scream. "What does it matter? The Dark Lord is dust. The rings are ash, we are what we are." His form flickers unstable, like a candle caught in a tempest. But Kamul steps forward, his presence pressing against them all, a weight they cannot ignore. "We are what we choose to be," he counters. "The shaman of Rhûn spoke of a way, a ritual to sever the bonds that remain, to remember to end." The word "end" lingers, heavier than any curse. The king of Arnor's hand tightens around his sword, his voice low and dangerous. "You would have us die." Kamul meets his gaze, unflinching. "I would have us live." Truly live, even if only for a moment. The silence that follows is deafening. The scholar Wraith drifts closer, his robes whispering against the cracked stone. "And if the ritual fails, then we are no worse than we are now," Kamul replies, hollow, hungry, bound to nothing but our own despair. The warrior of Harad lunges first, his blade a streak of silver in the gloom. Kamul moves faster, his own weapon meeting the strike with a clash that sends sparks dancing through the air. The others scatter, some joining the fray, others retreating into the shadows, their forms dissolving like smoke. The ruins echo with the sounds of battle, not the mindless violence of servants, but the furious struggle of beings, clawing towards something they cannot name. High above, the moon breaks through the clouds, its pale light spilling over the shattered spires. For the first time in centuries, the Nazgûl do not fight as one. They fight against one another for survival, for oblivion, for the faintest glimmer of what might lie beyond the shadow. The ground trembles beneath them, as if the very earth fears what they might become. And somewhere, deep in the heart of Dol Guldur, an old and forgotten power stirs, watching, waiting. The fate of the Nine is no longer written in fire and blood. It is written in the spaces between their choices, in the silence that follows every shattered chain. The night holds its breath. The wind carries the scent of change. And the wraiths, for the first time since the world was young, are free to choose their ending. The air above Dol Guldur crackles with the weight of broken oaths, thick enough to choke on. The Nazgûl, once bound by chains darker than death itself, now stand fractured, their unity unraveling like thread pulled from a rotting tapestry. The warrior of Harad is the first to vanish, his form dissolving into the night with a final venomous snarl. The scholar lingers only a moment longer, his hollow eyes flickering between Khamûl and the king of Arnor before he too retreats, his whispers lost to the wind. But the others, they do not flee, they hunt. Somewhere in the tangled woods below, a wraith shrieks, a sound not of fury, but of something far worse, betrayal. The bonds that held the nine together for millennia are now weapons turned inward. Claws rend spectral flesh. Blades forged in Mordor's fires clash against one another. Each strike a punctuation mark in their shared damnation. The very earth recoils from their rage, trees splintering, stones cracking, as if the land itself cannot bear to witness what they've become. Yet amid the chaos, two figures remain still. Kamul and the king stand back to back, their silhouettes outlined in the sickly glow of the moon. There is no trust between them, not truly, only the grim understanding of prisoners who have glimpsed the same key. They will not stop, the king murmurs, his voice rough with disuse. To them, our doubt is a greater heresy than defiance. Khamûl's grip tightens on his sword, the metal humming with a resonance it hasn't known in centuries. Let them come, he replies. The words taste strange in his mouth. Not a challenge, but a choice, and come they do. The remaining wraiths descend like a storm, their forms blotting out the stars. The king meets them first, his blade carving through the night with a precision that speaks of forgotten battles, of a time when he fought for something more than slaughter. Kamul moves differently, not with the grace of a warrior, but with the desperate cunning of a man who remembers what it is to fear death. Together, they are a tempest of contradictions, one fighting to forget, the other fighting to remember. The clash is brief, brutal. Shadows tear at shadows, the very fabric of their beings straining against the violence. A wraith falls, his form unraveling into smoke with a cry that might have been relief. Another falters, his hatred cooling into confusion as the king's sword pierces the hollow where his heart once beat. The age of the nine is ending, not with a whisper, but with the deafening silence of chains breaking. When the last of their attackers scatters, the clearing is eerily still. The king exhales, a habit long since rendered meaningless, yet one he cannot seem to shed. What now? He asks, though the question is redundant. The path ahead is as clear as it is impossible. Kamul turns eastward, where the first faint streaks of dawn paint the horizon. We walk, he says simply, and so they do, not as lords of terror, not as servants of shadow, but as something else entirely. The wind carries the scent of damp earth and distant rain, of a world waking while their brethren fade into myth. Behind them, Dol Guldur's ruins sigh, its stones settling deeper into the earth. The age of the nine is over. What comes next is unwritten. The shaman's fire burns low, its embers pulsing like a dying heart in the pre-dawn gloom. Kamul kneels before it, his gauntleted hands clenched so tight the metal creaks. The old man's blind eyes see too much. The tremor in the wraith's breath, the way his form wavers at the edges, as if the mere act of stillness is a battle. You ask for memory, the shaman murmurs, his voice like wind through dry grass. But memory is a blade, and it cuts both ways. Behind Khamûl, the king of Arnor shifts, his armor whispering against the stones. The others, those few who followed, hover at the edges of the firelight, their hollow gazes flickering between hope and terror. The shaman lifts a gnarled hand, and the air thickens with the scent of crushed juniper and old blood. To remember your name, you must first remember your shame, he intones. To reclaim your face, you must face what you've done. The fire leaps suddenly, its light painting the ruins in stark relief. Shadows twist along the ground, taking shape not as wraiths, but as men screaming, men dying. The king stumbles back with a choked gasp. No, he rasps. Not this, not them, but Kamul does not flinch. His eyes, long emptied of everything but hunger, fix on the flickering images. A city burns, a child weeps. A crown, slick with blood, tumbled into the dust. The shaman's voice is a whisper now, almost gentle. The ritual has already begun. You cannot unsee what the fire shows you. One of the younger wraiths breaks first, his form unraveling into a howl as the shadows coil around him. Make it stop, he shrieks, clawing at his own face. But the shaman only shakes his head. The pain is the price, he says. The curse was not the forgetting, it was the not having to remember. Khamûl's breath comes in ragged bursts. The fire shows him a throne room, a man in golden armor pleading for mercy, a sword descending. The name Aonil rises in his throat, but it tastes like ash. He knows now, knows why he buried it. The weight of the memory is a vise around his chest, crushing the void inside him until it screams. Yet through the agony, something else flickers. Warmth. The warmth of the sun on his face, the weight of a child's hand in his, the sound of his own laughter, real laughter, before the ring, before the shadow. The king falls to his knees, his armor ringing against the stone. I can't, he gasps. I won't, but Kamul reaches for him, his grip iron strong. You must, he snarls. Or you will spend eternity as you are, a hollow thing, too afraid to live, too stubborn to die. The fire roars higher, the shadows writhing into shapes too terrible to name. The wraiths writhe with them, their cries blending into a chorus of anguish and revelation. Somewhere in the chaos, the shaman's voice rises above the din, calm as a grave. The darkness you fear is not out there, he says. It is in you, and that means you are still in there too. The dawn is coming. The first pale fingers of light creep over the horizon, and the wraiths who remain, those who did not flee, those who did not shatter, feel something they have not felt in centuries. The sun's touch, not as burning, but as warmth, not as punishment, but as promise. The price of memory is paid in blood and tears, but the price of forgetting, that they've already paid 1,000 times over. The first breath burns like fire in the King of Arnor's lungs, real air, real pain, the sting of it so sharp, he nearly laughs. His fingers, no longer spectral claws but flesh and bone, tremble as they trace the lines of his face. Stubble, wrinkles, the dampness of tears he hadn't realized he could still shed. The shaman's fire has reduced to embers, but its glow lingers on his skin, painting him in hues of gold and copper, colors he'd forgotten existed. Is this real? His voice cracks, raw with disuse, and the sound of it human, fragile, sends a shudder through him. Khamûl does not speak. He stands at the edge of the ruins, his back to the others, his shoulders rigid. The dawn light spills over the eastern plains, illuminating the scars on his hands, old wounds from a life he'd buried beneath centuries of shadow. The weight of memory is a physical thing now, pressing down on him with every heartbeat. He remembers the exact shade of the banners in Rhûn's great hall, the way the incense curled around the throne, the names of the men he sentenced to die for doubting his rule. The shaman's warning echoes in his skull. This life is borrowed. Use it well. One of the younger wraiths, no, not a wraith now, just a boy, barely 20 when the ring took him, collapses to his knees with a sob. His hands clutch at the grass, the blades bending under his touch, and the sensation is so ordinary it undoes him. I didn't think it would hurt this much, he gasps. The others nod, silent. To be human is to ache. The shaman watches them, his blind eyes unreadable. The curse is broken, he says, but time is not kind to those who cheat it. Your bodies remember the years the ring stole from you. Days, perhaps weeks no more. The king's head jerks up. Weeks, the word is a punch to the gut. After lifetimes of emptiness, to be given so little, Kamul turns at last, his face haggard but his eyes clear. Then we waste none of it. There's no defiance in his voice, only resolve. The boy wipes his face, smearing dirt and tears. What do we do? The question hangs in the air, heavier than any blade. The king rises, his legs unsteady beneath him. I go north, he says softly, to Arnor to see what's left. The boy hesitates, then nods. I'll find my family's graves if they still stand. But Kamul looks east, toward the rising sun. I have blood to atone for. The shaman smiles just slightly. Then go, he murmurs, and pray the world is kinder to you this time. The wind shifts, carrying the scent of rain and distant blossoms. The men once wraiths, now mortal, exchange no farewells. They simply walk away, each step a marvel, each breath a gift. The shaman's fire gutters out behind them, its work done. And for the first time in an age, the dawn feels less like an ending and more like a beginning. The eastern sky bleeds crimson as Kamul takes his first unburdened steps toward Rhûn, the wind carrying the scent of salt from distant seas. His hands, no longer gauntlets but calloused flesh, trace the hilt of a borrowed dagger at his belt, its weight unfamiliar yet comforting. Behind him, the king of Arnor watches in silence, his own face lined with years that never were. They do not speak of the choice ahead. Some roads must be walked alone. To the west, the youngest of their number, the boy who once screamed into the void, kneels by a nameless stream, cupping water in shaking hands. It spills through his fingers, glittering in the dawn light, and the simplicity of it breaks him anew. His laughter echoes through the valley, bright and broken. He will not seek graves or ghosts. He will find a village, perhaps, and spend his borrowed days mending what others break. A small redemption, but his own. Yet not all choose the light. Deep in the ruins of Dol Guldur, where the shadows cling thickest, the scholar Wraith lingers. His mortal heart beats a frantic rhythm against his ribs, each pulse a reminder of the life he could reclaim. But the weight of his ledger, the scrolls burned, the voices silenced, is too heavy to bear. With trembling fingers, he unlaces the vial from his belt, the shaman's last gift. To sleep, he whispers, and not to dream. The draft tastes of elderflowers and oblivion. Kamul does not look back as the plains of Rhûn rise before him. The first village he encounters is little more than ashes, its charred timbers jutting like bones from the earth. The work is slow. Hands that once wielded terror now raise shelters. A voice that commanded armies murmurs apologies to widows. and when the children flinch at his scarred face, he does not blame them. The road to atonement is paved with silent sacrifices. The king, too, finds his purpose in the wreckage of time. Arnor's ruins whisper to him in a language only he remembers. He rebuilds not with stone, but with stories, singing the old ballads to wide-eyed shepherds, carving the lost sigils into oak stumps, where travelers might see them. Some nights, when the memories grow sharp, he presses his forehead to the earth and weeps for the kingdom he doomed. But morning always comes, and with it, the stubborn will to try again. As the sun climbs higher, their shadows stretch shorter behind them, no longer specters, no longer slaves to the dark, just men flawed, fleeting, and finally free. The wind carries the sound of a lark's song over the hills, and somewhere far away, the sea sighs against the shore. The world turns, indifferent to their sorrows and their second chances. And perhaps that is the greatest mercy of all. The wind howls across the Dagorlad, scattering dust from bones too old to name. Here, where the earth still remembers the tread of armies, a shadow stirs, not quite a figure, not quite a wisp of fog, but something caught between. One of the unforgiven, a Nazgûl who turned from the shaman's fire, who chose the familiarity of emptiness over the searing light of redemption. His form flickers at the edges, less substantial with each passing moon, his whispers now little more than the creak of a dead branch in the night. Travelers who brave the dead marshes speak of a figure kneeling in the shallows, his reflection wavering among the faces of the drowned. He does not move when they call out, does not turn when they flee. If they linger too long, they swear they hear it, a word, half-formed, that might have been forgive or forgotten. The marshes do not answer. In the ruins of Barad-dûr, another wraith paces the broken stones, his tattered robes snagging on the rubble. He mutters to the shadows, fragments of old battles, of orders given and obeyed. Sometimes he still reaches for a sword that isn't there, his fingers closing around air. The crows avoid him. They know death when they see it, even this slow, unraveling kind. And then there are the silent ones, the watchers, high in the Ethel Juath, where the rocks weep black tears. A shape perches on the cliffs, staring east. Waiting for what? Not even the wind dares to guess. Perhaps for a voice that will never come again. Perhaps for the courage to step into the dawn and let it burn him away. The years stretch thin, the whispers grow fewer. One night, the marshes are empty. The next, the ruins echo only with the scuttle of rats. The last of them lingers longest, not out of strength, but stubbornness. He haunts the crossroads where the Witch King once led their charge, his presence now so faint that children run through him without shivering. And then, one spring morning, when the wildflowers push through the cracked earth of Mordor, even he is gone. No cry marks his passing, no shadow flees the sun, only the breeze remains, carrying the faintest scent of iron and old leather, of something that was once a man sighing his last into the quiet world. The age of the Ringwraiths ends not with a roar, but with a breath, and the earth, at last, forgets. The village of Eldummer never questions the hooded stranger who arrives with the first frost. He speaks little, his voice rough from disuse, but his hands are gentle when he mends their fences, strong when he lifts fallen beams from the storm-wrecked barn. The children call him Uncle Stone, for the way he sits motionless by the fire sometimes, staring into the flames as if reading secrets in the embers. They don't see the way his fingers trace the old scars on his wrists, or how he flinches when the blacksmith's hammer strikes the anvil too sharply, a sound too much like swords clashing in a long-dead war. To the east, along the ragged edges of Rhûn's forgotten trade roads, whispers spread of a healer who walks at twilight. His remedies are strange, herbs not found in any apothecary's pouch, poultices that smell of desert sage and something older, darker. The tribesmen leave offerings where he camps: a copper coin, a loaf of flatbread, a handful of dates tied with a scarlet thread. They say his shadow stretches wrong in the firelight, that his eyes catch the moon like a cat's. But when fever burns through their tents, when the coughing sickness comes, they swallow their fear and seek him anyway. Kamul never turns them away. In a valley north of Bree, where the apple orchards grow thick and wild, an old storyteller earns his keep with tales of Arnor's glory. The villagers laugh when he claims to have seen the white tree in bloom, when he describes the banners of Elendil's line as if they danced before him yesterday. A right poetic drunkard, the innkeeper chuckles, refilling his mug, but on clear nights, when the stars are sharp as spear points, the children notice how his voice cracks at certain names, how he always stops short of the last alliance's ending. The tavern rats don't know that the coins he leaves for the orphans are minted with a crown sigil, faded beyond recognition. They move through the world like ghosts who have forgotten their dead. A tinker's wagon, abandoned near the Grey Flood, its shelves stocked with toys carved in styles no living hand should know. A shepherd's crook, left wedged in a crevice above a cliff, just where a slipping lamb might find purchase. Every act is a stone cast into the dark, ripples spreading where no one watches. Kamul feels the years now, not in his bones, which remember too much, but in the way mornings dawn slower, the way his breath fogs thicker in the cold. The shaman's warning curls around his thoughts like smoke, borrowed time, borrowed flesh. He wonders if the others feel it too, this creeping weight. Do they count the days like coins, hoarding each sunrise, or do they kneel in empty chapels, praying to gods they betrayed centuries ago? The answer comes on a rain-slick road near Minas Tirith, where a bandit's arrow finds the king's chest. Not a killing blow, not for a man who once wore the Witch King's crown, but enough to bleed. The healer who tends him is a woman with her grandfather's eyes, and when she peels back the bloodied linen, her gasp is not for the wound, but for the mark beneath his collarbone, a star-shaped scar, the kind left by Númenórean steel. Her hands shake as she stitches the gash. She knows. Dawn finds the village square empty, but for a single silver coin on the well's rim, stamped with a tree long withered. The king is gone, his pack left neatly folded beside the hearth. Kamul finds him 3 days west, kneeling in the ruins of a watchtower, his fingers pressed to moss-choked runes. They'll hunt us now, the king murmurs, not for what we are, but for what we were. Above them, a hawk circles, its cry sharp as a blade on stone. Kamul smiles, a thin, worn thing. Let them try. The years stretch like shadows at dusk, long and fading, as the last of the redeemed Nazgûl breathe their final breaths. Kamul closes his eyes beneath the spreading branches of a lone oak in Rhûn, its roots cradling the bones of kings he once called brothers. The wind, warm with the scent of wild thyme, carries his name, Aenil, spoken not in fear, but in the soft tones of a village woman who once left a bowl of broth by his door. His fingers, gnarled with age, loosen around a child's wooden toy. carved clumsily in the shape of a horse, a gift, a memory, a fragment of a life he'd thought forever lost. Far to the north, the king of Arnor slips away in a shepherd's hut, the firelight painting his face in flickering gold. The villagers who found him years ago never knew why he wept when they sang the old lullabies, or why he touched the ruins of Fornost like a man greeting a ghost. Now, as his chest stills, the wind through the cracked shutter sounds almost like a coronation chant, or perhaps a funeral dirge. Outside, a young girl plucks a wildflower and tucks it into his still hand, because every king should have a crown. The others fade too, one by one. The boy who became a healer drowns in a river saving a child who'd slipped from the bank. The scholar who never took the shaman's draft is found curled in a library's oldest corner, a book of poetry clutched to his chest, its pages stained with tears no wraith could shed. Their deaths are quiet things, unnoticed by the great sagas, their graves marked only by the weight of the lives they tried to mend, and then there are none. The wind carries their names a while longer, whispered in tavern toasts, hummed in lullabies, etched into the bark of trees by children who don't know why they carved those particular letters. But time, indifferent as ever, smooths even these traces away. The world turns, wars rise and fall, new tales are spun, yet on certain evenings, when the light slants just so through the ruins of Minas Morgul, travelers swear they hear something, not the shrieks of old nightmares, but the faintest echo of laughter. And in Rhûn, where the desert swallows all stories, the tribes still leave offerings at the foot of a lonely oak, a copper coin, a sprig of sage, a toy horse, worn smooth by generations of small hands. Middle-earth forgets as it must, but the tale of the nine endures, not as a curse, not as a warning, but as a whisper in the dark, that even the deepest shadow may one day turn its face to the dawn. The night is quiet now, the shadows still. The tale of the Nazgûl is done, their legacy woven into the tapestry of Middle-earth's history, not as conquerors, not as monsters, but as something far more complicated. Men who fell, and in the end, some who found their way back. The wind carries their echoes still, not in shrieks or curses, but in the rustle of leaves, the sigh of distant waves, the quiet hum of a lullaby half remembered by a fireside. Some say, if you listen closely in the places they once walked, you might catch a whisper not of dread, but of sorrow, of regret, of a choice, made too late or just in time. Their story lingers in the cracks of the world, in the way a child's toy horse sits forgotten on a windowsill, in the way an old healer's hands tremble as he grinds herbs under a waxing moon. The shaman's fire burned low long ago, but its embers glow in the small kindnesses left behind. A mended fence, a shared loaf, a scarred hand pulling a stranger from the river's grip. These are the relics of the nine, more telling than any crown or blade. And what of the ones who refuse the light? Their endings are quieter still. The marshes swallowed their cries, the wind scattered their ashes, and the stones of Mordor ground their memories to dust. No songs mourn them, no tales spare them a second thought. Yet even they, in their final moments, were granted a mercy not forgiveness, but oblivion, the weightless dark of a dreamless sleep. The stars above Middle-earth shine no brighter for their absence, no dimmer for their passing. But if you stand very still in the hour before dawn, when the world holds its breath between night and day, you might feel it the faintest tremor in the earth, like a heartbeat fading into silence. The Nazgûl are gone. The shadows they cast stretch long behind them, but the sun rises all the same, and so the world turns, cradling their story in its roots, their names worn smooth as river stones. The night is deep, the air sweet with the promise of morning. Somewhere, a shepherd hums an old tune, and the wind carries it eastward, over ruins and rivers, beyond the edges of maps, into the vast and waiting dark. The tale is told, the page turns, but the whisper lingers, not of fear, but of wonder, that even the darkest souls may leave behind a glimmer, a spark, a fragment of light too stubborn to be swallowed by the night.
Thank